Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters 2025 here at the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards room. We've got a great Sweet 16 match ahead of us here. Ed Heels coming all the way from Holland, taking on David Morris coming from Ireland. My apologies. And it's a best-of-7 match here. Looks like Ed has won the toss and he will break off. It's Christian Youngers and I'm David Burney. We're in the booth. This is going to be our last match here on day 2. Going to be an exciting one. And I hope you all at home are ready to rock and roll. Please find us on the Ox Billiards, PABSA, IBSF TV YouTube channel, as well as the Sacramento Snooker and Billiards room. Ed is broken off and we're underway. So I haven't really seen Ed play too much, but he's the last Dutchman standing.
That's right, that's right. We did have a lot of folks in the chat cheering him on and asking to see him on the stream. So for those of you folks who were viewing, you got what you wanted. He's out here. We have the Dutchman ready to go, and he's got quite the opponent.
Yeah, David Morris used to be number 3 in Ireland back in 2015, just falling behind Fergal O'Brien and Ken Doherty, so he's in good company there.
Wow.
See, his highest ranking was getting to the quarterfinals of the UK Championship, I think back in 2012. So you might have to lean a little bit towards the Irishman in this one. I think it's going to be a battle no matter what. So I think David holds the high break of the tournament so far at 83.
I did hear about a 90-something on a side table earlier. I don't know if that's official or not, but yeah, he's got to be at least top 2 breaks of the tournament. Definitely top break we've seen on the match table, on the TV table, right? I think the next highest has been maybe a 50 or a 60-something. Don't remember what Renat had in his match. Something like that, huh?
True. When we were commentating on that David Morris match, when he had the 83, popped that off in the first frame, we thought that match was going to be over before we knew it, but his opponent kind of battled in and, made it a little bit of a match. We'll see what Ed can do here.
How's it going? Mighty Raymond Fung in the chat. How's it going? Good to see you tuning in all the way from the East Coast. It's getting late out there, huh, Ray? But I know he's in it for the good snooker action. This left red, I think, is cut off slightly. Not worth going for. See him trying this long pot, maybe. That's a good shot.
This is just what the doctor ordered here for Ed. I'm pretty sure probably Ed and David maybe have had a few battles here and there. Both over on Europe. Great to see that they traveled across the Atlantic to participate in this inaugural Snooker Masters. Just as I say that, he falters on that red.
Okay, somebody in the side table letting us know. Highest break so far was Daniel Womersley with 91 last night. Player we have yet to see on the TV table, but I think maybe we're anticipating to get to see him in later stages, possibly, so...
Definitely, we did have him in the booth last night. It was great that he could come in and say hello and provide some great insight. to give us a like or a subscribe. Nice to see some people chiming in on the chat on this Friday evening. If you have any comments or questions, let us know. Do let us know where you're tuning in from. We've got players from Holland, as we mentioned, Ireland, England, and Qatar, Canada, right here in the USSA. Definitely a global event. Andy McCloskey's done a wonderful job attracting some great players to come.
Just looking to try to screw back off of this red and right long cushion in behind the black. Get the cue ball back to where it is now if you can. It's come a bit short though. Just left a couple of pots maybe to this left middle pocket. Just taking this back cut slightly. See if he pots it.
Beautiful. Oh, just looped out. I thought it was in.
Did look in, but it was always going to the right half of the pocket there.
So that has opened the door for head heels.
I think David Morris does have the advantage having played on this table for one match early on in the tournament, though, so does have to be aware of sometimes the table having a bit of a tilt, say sometimes to this pocket, to that pocket. But fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? Where you kind of have to adapt because this is the condition you're on.
I'd have to agree with that statement. Definitely there might just be that slight advantage to the Irishman. He knows maybe a little bit more about this table than Ed does.
Could be.
Ed does have the lead early on.
Thinking about that, though, it could actually play in his favor. Not knowing how the table has a roll could kind of lead to a sort of a fearlessness to your style of play or to your game that the other player doesn't necessarily have, which you kind of sometimes need to get some big breaks or to take on some really tough shots. You know what I mean?
Varun Victor, yes, come Memorial Day weekend, just a little west of us, I believe just around the San Jose area, they'll be hosting the U.S. National Tournament.
When is that, in Memorial Day weekend? May?
May. And in this very venue that you're looking at right now, running from August 30th to September 7th, will be the PABSA Senior and Open Championship. So it's great to see some snooker action in the red, white, and blue. Yeah, it's almost like the first match of the day. We did have a few-hour layover. Obviously, Ed has already played a match today. This is David's first match of the day. But it shouldn't take long for either of these players to really warm up.
Bit of an overcut. It's left a pretty straight red into the left middle. It's going to be a bit hampered on the queuing here, but shouldn't be too difficult.
Now is here a chance for David Morris to put up a healthy break.
Same with where how the Reds lay, it seems like a really good chance. I think a handful of them all go into the right pocket, the ones in this cluster above the black. The one just above the black actually has about a ball and a half width between it and the black, so it goes to both pockets. I think it's a matter of getting enough consistent shots here. Keeping a tight cue ball. He's on the red. It's closest to the right pocket. Trying the black next, most likely.
We've got all our round of 16 matches in play right now, so if you want to see any updated scoring, check out cloudsnooker.com. It's cloudsnooker.com. Just click on the tab that has the 2025 US Snooker Masters, and there's a live scoring tab, as these players are all keeping score via the tablets, and you'll be able to track all your favorite players.
Played for the red to right middle. He's got a nice angle to come back down for the black, just done in between this pack of reds and the pink. Any angle on the black is good. Even straight, I think, would be okay. It's nice going off the cushion there to get the line you want.
If you could really draw back, come off the cushion, just look at all those reds and just a nice straight line just itching to get into this top right pocket. Okay, a little short.
Yeah, if you look from this side, they almost look like a drill. They're all lined up straight. No plant on, but they all go to the opposite corner, except for maybe these bottom two in the lower left portion. Just gonna steep back cut though. This red in the middle of the bunch of the five. Looks like a bit thick to the pocket. Swallow might have lost his cue ball a bit. Don't know what color he's shooting for there next. Maybe the brown, the yellow, but good starter there for Ed. This next rat's gonna be tough. I don't think there's anything on into this lower left corner. It's a great pot. Use the green there to hold position for one of the bulk colors. Just nicely on the brown. It's showing some pretty high-class shots in this start of this frame.
Nice little flick off that red, just to be sweet onto this other red into the top right. Just needs to run through. It'll be on the black, but then it's going to start to get a little tricky.
Yeah. The cluster of two reds has always been a tricky part to sort out. He would have liked to come lower on this black to left corner to get a nice line to just roll forward and sort of tap them, cannon them, separate about a ball width distance each or so. But now I might have to play underneath or deal with it later. This lower right corner has been kind to these shots down the cushion, right?
Yeah, you called it there, Christian.
At that
Tough
pace.
top right corner.
Yeah.
You get the pace to come up for the black, but that made it that much more difficult. That's when you slow roll it towards a pocket. You give the pocket all the chance to gobble it up. 38-28 advantage, 10 in it, 65 on the table. This first frame, the last 16 knockout phase. Winner will come back tomorrow and play in the quarterfinal. Loser, unfortunately, has to go home.
Oh, does this have a chance? Pot is on into the green pocket here. It's gone a bit far with the cue ball, unfortunately. Still has yellow. I think might have been playing for brown, but either bulk color will do.
Very nicely struck there.
He's perfect on this red.
On the yellow was nice to get back down for the red, and he just judged the pace to perfection.
Head heels is bringing the heat here.
It's got a nice angle to draw back and at least disturb these reds. Maybe cannon into the red that's close to the black to open up that other red to the left top corner pocket.
Yeah. Had a bit too much angle to cannon them directly, so. What are you playing here for safety? Just two cushions in behind. Pink or brown? You almost want to hit the cluster. If you're going to clip the left side at a pace that'll send the right red to the right long rail and back towards the black to kind of tie him up. Yeah, needs the right red to run a bit so it doesn't stay too close to the pocket. Otherwise, he'll leave a shot if he doesn't get in behind. Yellow ball.
29 in it, 43 on in this first frame. Red in a high value color would put Ed into the snooker's required stage. I'm a little disgusted with that shot. Tell by his body language as he retorts back to his chair.
I think he's playing that to get him behind blue with the cue ball there. Means the white must have rolled off on him on the way to the red. Or just misjudged it by that much. This is good. Good thing about these safeties is pushing the red up and tucking it underneath one of the colors that's in the middle of the table. Means you're never going to give up an easy look at a long pot. Did well there. For Ed to do kind of a similar shot. Push this red toward that cluster of pink and red, but oh, it's even worse now. Opened up the red. Pink as well, but it's got a saving grace here.
Just a little awkward cueing going over that pink. Just unfortunate to cannon into the black to deaden the pace of the cue ball. I think the hunt is on for the spider here.
Yeah, we're gonna test the club here for their gadgets.
He might be able to hit just a little bit on the left side of this red so he can come off that cushion. Have an opportunity to put the pink to the left middle.
Yeah, it's about as much as he could get out of it with that amount of stroke. But you're right, that's where you want to be. Plumb on the pink in the left middle. Gonna see some high flying long blues here. Don't think so with one red left on the table. There's plenty of places to play safe off of this shot. Especially with the blue kind of in the way as well. There's an area on the right side of the table just above the middle pocket maybe. Where pink and blue both act as blockers. Might actually be going though for pink up into the corner. No, he's playing the safety there. Trying to get behind brown and black, maybe? Timing shot has worked, though. Pink is there. Good full ball contact.
Yeah, he's left a long red for David, but David got a little awkward bridging. As you can see, his bridge hand is caressing the cushion there. You always like to put it flat on the bed of the table for ultimate control.
Got some distance here on the black. Just checking the score to see how high of a value color he needs. 28 points, so really any color and the clearance is going to make it. But with the green safe, might want the black just for extra points to work with. This angle on the yellow lines up nicely to try to open up this green. As you can see, a big follow shot there. He's thinking about whether or not to drop in behind the green along the left long rail or to actually try to cannon it. Cannon seems tough from here, and he's missed it. Needed to kind of zip the cue ball with a bit of topspin, but that requires a little bit extra pace. Interesting we can frame this one.
True. David is crawling back into it. That really was in command of this first frame. So he'd like to finish it to the good for him.
Oh, fortunate that caught the jaw. Would have come down table here and might have gotten the snooker with the black, but decent chance he would have left an easier pot on, but still goes. No safety. Excuse me, no pot. Just a safety. Oh, he got a cannon on the black. I might have slowed it down enough. It's going to leave a shot if it doesn't go in. Oh.
Let's go. And I think a little bit more. I think there's an opening at least. Oh no, it did get behind the black. So it's in the snooker. Should be able to hit the brown. It's just where the brown and white are going to end up. The climax of this shot.
Oh, nice swerve. Did it really well. I needed a good ball and a half distance or so, and
That flick hurt.
yeah, he's got an unfortunate there. It was a heck of a shot to pull out. Didn't deserve that.
$15 in it and 22 on the table. David needs to run table. Brown is Ed's frame ball.
Does the blue get it? Don't think so. It's close.
True. Tough to see from this vantage point. Oh, there is a path. So Ed just taking a look at the scoreboard. Obviously, he'd like to get brown, blue, and pink, obviously, get it done and dusted, but he definitely knows that this brown is his frame ball. Put us in the snooker's required stage.
Just overcut it. I think dropped the elbow or shoulder or something. Steve McAllister saying good morning. Or good evening, gentlemen from Ottawa, Canada. Nice to see you in the chat, Steve.
All the capitals are here. The capital of Canada, and we're in the capital of California.
Nice.
Great to hear. Thanks for tuning in, Steve. Well, the great Yogi Berra, the Yankee back catcher, once said, "It ain't over till it's over," and that can be always applied to the game of snooker. As Ed was leading this black for a great steal to get the first frame for David Morris. Wow. That's got to be deflated for the Dutchman. So David Morris comes back from behind to take that first frame. We'll step aside for a quick break and get back with some frame 2 action right after this.
In for a good one.
And we're back here with frame 2 action of this Sweet 16 match between David Morris and Ed Heels.
It's pronounced heels, right? It's like
That is correct.
It's like an H-G instead of a G sound, right? Not a...
Yeah, well, the Dutch do have a wicked sense of humor, that's for sure. As my uncle once said, who came from the Netherlands, said, "If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much." So definitely, it's been a good time hanging out with Ed and Barry. Ernst, as we know, originally comes from Holland, but now makes his way in Houston. But Ed and Barry definitely flew all across the Atlantic, all across North America to come out here to the western side of the continent to play in this tournament. It's been a good barrel of laughs. Really enjoy.
Nice long pot.
I think we were kind of joking around with Barry a little bit before. We thought it was a Gilles almost. And, it would be apropos for a great nickname, the Jellyfish.
Right.
But unfortunately, it's Heels, so we're just going to have to sit back and watch Ed 209.
I'm going to dig my heel in and watch this match. Oh, great long pot again on the blue. Some good shots there from David Morris. Got a bit of a tough one here. This is going to be the rightmost red into this lower right corner. I think he just has enough angle there to pot it. And he's overcut it. He's favoring that side, trying to avoid the kiss on the first red, but he's going to end up snookering Ed on this red to the right middle pocket. Pretty fortunate for David. Don't sell out this red to the right middle. I kind of want to double it. Yeah. It's not bad, but it's hassled out a shot. Did I say this sellout? Sellout's not really a common snooker term, is it?
It is interesting if you come into obviously North America and you run across some North American players. I think just because they have like the pool influence as well, sometimes they will mention that's like, oh, you sold the farm or you sold out.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough, some of the older statesmen that have played the game for a while, when they see a young fella playing the game like you and I, Christian, and they miss a shot and leave a simple red, they're like, all right, your world's an oyster, shuck away, and, here comes a century.
Yeah.
Expecting us young people just to, reel off high points at any given moment. They know that this game or sport is extremely difficult.
Yeah, I almost think that's like a tactic to sort of throw your opponent off, Put pressure on them where there is no pressure to begin with, right? Well, now the table's open. Now they expect you to get a high break, even though, why put that pressure on yourself? You weren't thinking about that before you said anything. Oh, nice split.
I think that could be construed as verbal sharking. And sharking, you definitely hear a lot in the pool game. Correct me if I'm wrong, Christian.
Yeah. That's one of the funniest words, I think, sharking, because you hear pool shark a lot.
That's a good player.
Right.
And sharking is...
To a pool player, sharking, a shark is someone who's going to mess with you while you're playing on the shot, try to distract you with unethical means or whatever. So it's kind of an overloaded term, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny to me. But yeah, I do get what you mean. It's the other way I've heard it described is, I think sharking is the, I don't want to say like kid term. I want to say like a more elementary or beginner term that you would use. A lot of people talk about making a move. Have you heard that before? I'm gonna
since I was in junior high.
No, what I mean is like, yeah, I'm gonna take a time out right here, specific or tactically, to try to throw my opponent off. Maybe considered sharking or not. Oh, he's making a move. Oh, it obviously that's a move you can do, and then like people know certain moves that other people do. Oh, you moved the coin early. Wait, isn't it my? Aren't I ahead by one or something? These are moves that people try. Essentially sharking, right? The whole category, the same thing, but it's interesting, the dynamic, I guess, right?
And I have heard, obviously, you're reading up the history of these games and stuff like that. It seems like over in Britain, obviously snooker was a bit more of a class sport.
Yeah.
Brought some ownership and stuff like that, where as you think about in North America, because they did play snooker and there was a lot of pool, it was a hustle person's game. Well, the great Cliff Thorburn, he has probably a gazillion stories of hustling all over North America just to make ends meet, to pay the bills and get a good food for the night.
It's really how a lot of players make their money.
Yeah, whereas players are over in the UK, there was a little bit of an established tour, obviously, that's still there today, but it was obviously very Britain-centric. It still feels like it is a little bit in snooker, but we're doing our best to grow the game globally. And they wouldn't be going out hustling too much. They actually more would be doing the exhibitions, the more established players. And I think they wouldn't be resolving to some of those maybe dirty tactics that we allude to sharking. It's, a game of honor. It's like they'll do their best to win or lose, and if they lose, they'll take it on their chin and try again another day.
Yeah.
This has been a nice break put together here by David Morris.
I think I heard 33 from Ed or so. This is looking like a nice layout with pink available to the left corner.
Gonna bounce enough, so this looks definitely end of break here. So I think one miss there. Here comes the third attempt. He's got one more after this if he's unsuccessful.
Yeah, the nice thing about going for this up table is that it's still a valid attempt to try to go with this green, and even if you don't end up hitting it and your opponent has to play from there, they're gonna be in the bulk end, right? So it's not like you're gonna leave a shot. So what was the break that Davey got there?
It looks like David's got a 40 there.
40? Okay.
Looking at the score line there.
Yeah, he hadn't scored before that. Okay.
Yeah, we had a little distraction. Our friend from Holland, Barry Francine, stopped by and was just wondering about volunteering himself to keep score. So we'll just see when this frame comes to a conclusion. We might get Barry to hold the tablets so these players don't have to worry about keeping score. Really appreciate that, Barry. Thank you very much.
Got a feeling this is going to be a close match. I think we picked a good one for the TV table. Or Andy did, I guess.
Well, maybe the viewing public, as everyone wanted to see Ed Heels. I think it was maybe a little bit slighted, maybe, as it looked like there was a few of the Dutch contingency chiming in.
I think we had about 3 folks, I think, mentioning Mr. Heels. But the only problem now is I'm pretty sure it's past midnight over in the Netherlands at this time. Early morning, right? So I doubt any of them are really still up to watch it. I'm sure they'll watch it in the morning on the broadcast that stays up, but maybe we'll catch them towards the tail end of this match if they wake up early. Who knows?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it was at U.S. Nationals. I think maybe also at the Women's U.S. Open that we had at Ox Billiards. There was a viewer with the handle of Snooker Fan 155 or something like that.
Yeah, I remember him.
Tuning in all the way from Germany.
Right, and they stayed up with us like the whole way through, right?
So I'm pretty sure the Heels clan definitely is glued to their TV sets.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking this the whole time I've seen him, but I didn't want to say it. This might be a bit controversial as it's a nationalistic difference, but doesn't David Morris kind of remind you a little bit of current world number 1, number 2? Gentleman from Northern Ireland. I know he's Irish, Northern Irish. It's not a fad, but
Mark Allen, are you?
Mark Allen, yeah. Doesn't he give you kind of some Mark Allen vibes? I think it maybe just be the facial hair and he is wearing a colored back of his vest on this occasion, so I think that might
maybe a little bit, but I thought Mark was pretty clean shaven.
I feel like Mark every now and again gets a little scruff going, don't you think? Doesn't he get like kind of a goatee sometimes?
The interesting thing sometimes, it'd be interesting to ask, actually, David, I haven't talked to him. There were a few players here. Actually, our friend Daniel Ormsley, I had a great chance when he was in the booth, but I forgot to ask him because looking at them, a lot of them are using the ash cue. That was pretty much the typical cue that, or the wood that they would use. It actually wasn't until the Canadians came over to the pro circuit where maple started to become a little bit more popular. But going back to the ash, they do have those chevrons, as you've alluded to in a previous broadcast, Christian, about lining it up. But those chevrons and that ash, sometimes the beard hairs can get caught in there and kind of just create a little stubble, a little pain. So I wonder if any of them use beard oil.
Oh.
Because that's the saving grace to make that cue slide through your chin like a hot knife through butter.
That's the saving grace to make the world go around, you mean? Got Barry in the chat. He's sitting out in front of us right here. Hello, hello. Saying, go ahead, make me even more proud.
Because I'd have to say, glancing into the room, I'd say there's more percentage of facial haired players as opposed to non-facial players right now in the tournament.
Yeah, I think you're right.
If you look on the pro circuit, there's not many players that have a lot of facial hair.
Now I have a question though, because I'm not a long facial hair grower, right? I typically have a pretty short stubble at most. Do you think it matters the amount of length? I would say I have a feeling, at least for me, when it's kind of at that short length, but it's still a little scratchy, sandpapery is kind of when it's most susceptible to that tug and pull on the cue. Does it happen to you? I mean, you have a little bit longer beard. Does it happen to you when it's a longer beard that it catches just as much, or do you think it's less, or does it matter?
I have had it get caught on myself. You know who we'd love to have in the booth to have a good conversation about this is a player hailing from Jamaica, Rory McLeod, professional player. I think he's fallen off the tour right now, but still plays strongly. Actually, at one point in time, Rory was charged with a foul because his beard touched the ball.
Oh, it dripped below the cue, huh? Wow.
So,
it's interesting.
Well, where's that David Brock when we need him?
Right, that's what. Oh man, you hit the nail right on the head.
The ultimate beardo, and he's probably fast asleep now, way back in England. So.
Right. He's useless to us, essentially.
He's never there when we need him.
Right, he's just there when we don't. Oh, David Brock. And that's gonna be kicking himself there. He's what a mistake. I know David Morris knows that there's a little bit of a table roll there. It's just missed the spot on the table. I think in his first match he noticed there was a little bit of a roll off in that corner, and he shot a ball in and missed it just like that, and has made the adjustments since then. But I think just on that shot, maybe a little bit of a lapse of concentration and adaptation to this table, causing the miss.
Not sure if he's tuning in, but our good friend up there in Seattle, Dave Daly, last time I checked, he was one of those beardos.
Yeah.
He had a little bit longer of a beard, so if he wants to chime in and mention anything, if he is watching the stream.
Oh no, blue. Oh.
But a pretty good lead here for David Morris, 41-13. 59 points on the table.
You know, if we ever do make that 2.5 Dave's podcast, I think that'd be a perfect topic of discussion. Beard lengths and how snooker cues abuse them.
I thought it was getting into the D with David Burney and David Daly.
That's at a separate episode. I'm saying we got a lot of content to go through, you know what I'm saying?
And there's a lot of Davids in this game.
Right. Long pot attempt, I think, coming up for Mr. Ed Heels here. Tricky one. Blue is ripe for the picking, but oh wow, what a shot. Might not even take it now. Take another look real quick. Excellent long pot here, just touching that dead hard of the pocket. Max pace, ended up getting all the way back up table practically, so really good shot. Dave Daly is watching, he's lurking, we see him. The beardo has arrived. So what are your thoughts, Dave Daly, when you've got kind of a shorter stubble, or when you've got a little bit longer beard, and when you got a super long beard? When do you think the cue catches the most on those ash grains? Because it doesn't really happen on that maple, that nice finished varnish maple, but when you got that ash cue, it's definitely a thing. Oh, great shot, opening up a red now too. I think David Morris might be in a bit of trouble here in this frame. See, Varun Victor saying digging the conversation. It happens plenty of times, but it's more often when you have a stubble. If I had to guess, that's my opinion too, but I can't say because I don't have the experience of having the longer hairs. But just thinking about it, like if I had to pick one, I would guess the stubble just has more surface area with the tips of hairs. You could say, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Dave Daly has settled it. He says longer beards are fine, but stubble, that's the problem. So never had an issue with in general. Well, that is nice.
Very interesting because as we look at the two players that are at the table, they're par for the course of this conversation. Is Ed does have a little bit of stubble, not a full kind of lustrous, thick beard.
But I think he's peak catch stubble length.
Yeah, it just looks like he maybe forgot his razor in Holland, and looks like David Morris just forgot his razor at Christmas, as he's got a full beard and got some good length.
Everyone's asking, are David and Christian still in the tournament? I think technically we're still here, right? I mean, been watching the whole time.
We'll be here to the end.
Can count us as a fly on the wall. We'll be here in the final too, right? Guaranteed. But no, bro, we're not playing in this tournament. Just trying to focus on bringing you quality broadcast, all the bells and whistles, and hopefully some good commentary. Hopefully good quality production.
Yeah, sometimes just for the greater of the sport, it's time to put the cue aside and help Andy make this a successful tournament. As he originally planned not to play in the tournament, but as we've alluded to, there was 35 players in, and he wanted to achieve that magical number of 36, so he threw himself into it. And here he is in the Sweet 16, but he's up against a tough opponent in Brendan O'Donoghue.
Got a nice bump on that black, just nudging it in behind the yellow. We've seen him swerve it well earlier, and it's got another nice dig on that cue ball to swerve it, but once again, doesn't get as big of a reward. Might have just drifted past the middle pocket to make it an easy attempt.
Yeah, still anybody's frame, 13 in it. David ahead, but 35 on the table.
Yeah, so good escape from Ed on that full table swerve shot.
He's got a path for this red into the green pocket. Nice angle to come off the cushion to come back up for the yellow.
Yeah, nice layout. Black.
Just need that green, though, coming after this yellow.
Black is the only safe ball really in the table. As long as, oh, wow, I think the stretched out nature of that shot got him, maybe. I was going to say, as long as he just gets kind of to the middle of the table for the green, it's not that difficult of a pot.
Potential maybe here to get behind the brown.
Yeah. Can go either way. You can go the other way, I was going to say. Try to get behind green. The black kind of acts as a bit of a blocker or a stopper for the white.
Right in between them. Just found that gap.
Unfortunate. Big shot here. Long distance pot, and what a shot from David Morris. tricky little safety here. I was gonna say you might just send the green around the rails and get it up table somewhere and not near a pocket. Yeah, let's take a quick look at this shot again. Nice long distance pot. So you just got a stop shot, maybe draw back a couple of inches, and got a good little zip on the cue ball there. Well done.
Kind of like if he could go cushion first. He's got the space to get to this.
Oh, yeah. Pink looks kind of in the way. Oh, nice thin little snick on that side. Good hit. Haha, there he is. Paul Giels in the chat. Thanks for putting the camera on, Ed.
I guess the check is in the mail, Paul. You're welcome.
Well, we got to give him our mailbox, right, for him to send the check. That's what you mean. Okay, I got it.
Or maybe room him and board if we come over to Holland and
Yeah,
bring our package over for a great snooker tournament over there.
let's do that. I like that. Set us up for a snooker tournament, and we'll live stream all the Dutchmen.
Probably Holland was one of the only countries that wanted to keep Snooker Plus alive, because that was a short-lived variation on the great game of snooker, as they had the addition of a purple and an orange ball. So,
Wow.
I believe the orange was 8.
Oh, this is going to go in. Oh, wow. What a shot.
And the purple was 9 points.
Heck of a kick there. Obviously, a little bit of good fortune for David, but was always going to make solid contact there. This is going to be a tough match for Ed. That was frame ball as well, so... Oh, excuse me. 22 points on with tie? Oh, no, sorry, that was his frame ball. He just marked it. So now... Snook is required for Mr. Heels here.
Black's in a wonderful position. The only problem is it's so close to that pocket. Sometimes when you want to sneak by there, it's a real big threat of an in-off. Obviously, not on this shot that he's going to get the snooker. But as the great Tom Finstead, wonderful player from Canada, has actually over probably 56 maximums, if you can believe it. It's a great feat. Once told me that the key to this game is patience. Your opportunity will come, but just be patient.
Yeah, he's trying to get in behind Black, like you said. Just kind of good brown. That green was rude. Well, snooker's not always a nice game, I guess.
Oh, it's a cruel, cruel game. Oh, looks like he's got the snooker there. Dave is going to be coming off cushion first here.
watch out, jaw. Watch out, jaw.
Yes, Varun Andy McCloskey, if that's who you're referring to, is still in the tournament. Feel free to take a look at cloudsnooker.com. That's cloudsnooker.com, and click on the 2025 US Snooker Masters tab to find out all the results. And the live scoring tab will give you up-to-date scoring as the players punch it in, as all 16 players in the last 16 are in action right now. Each table is outfitted with a tablet so they can put the score and let you know what's going down.
Yeah, nice pot from David Morris there. Once again, Ed. A little bit unfortunate, but also didn't quite get the touch there on that safety with the brown.
Yeah, Ed came out real strong in this match. I really was liking what I'm seeing, but...
Another awesome shot, though.
It's only 2-0 for the man from Ireland. So we'll step aside for a few short moments, take a quick commercial break, and come back with frame 3 of this Sweet 16 match between David Morris and Ed Heels. And we're back here. Frame 3, Ed Heels from Holland, set to break off. Definitely a really important frame here for Ed. You're never in a match until you get that first frame on the board, and this one is utmost important. It's going to be really difficult if he goes behind 3-0. He's left a long red on into the top left. And if Ed can just stun it there, he'll have the black into the opposite top corner pocket. And then if he misses it, he might be leaving just a golden opportunity here. Beautiful shot there by David. Just had enough of the cue ball just to stun it down for the black. Ooh, there's a big opportunity there for David. Now Ed just really needs to calm his nerves and just rebound, and hopefully he can put together a good break here. Get something to the good, get some confidence. Let's come back all right. He does have an open red. It's on the right side. That's out in the open in the middle. doesn't go. Maybe just too tricky for him. Looks like he's just going to clip off this leftmost red with the cluster of all of them in the middle of the table. Just come 2 cushions up into the bulk end. This is looking like a good opportunity here for David to dance around the blue a little bit. Yeah, in for a treat here. Christian is just welcoming in one of the proprietors of this great facility right here. Samad, thanks for joining us in the booth.
Thank you very much.
Is one of the brains behind this operation of this beautiful building here.
Well, I appreciate the effort that you guys are putting and everyone who contributed for this wonderful event. And it's a great experience, especially for us in Sacramento. First time happening, and we're very, very excited and pleased with how it's going and how it started, and I hope to have a lot of good competitions.
That sounds great, because you know what? A lot of people, they scratch their head and they go, snooker in Sacramento? How did this all start?
So for us, especially with the background of snooker coming from Afghanistan, there's a lot of snooker culture over there, and having a big community of Afghans in Sacramento is one of the aspects of us opening the business in here. And almost, I would say, more than 60 to 70% of our daily clients are all Afghans, and then some Europeans. So that's the main reason behind this.
And how long you guys been open here for?
It's almost a year now.
Almost a year.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And do you have, is it just open to the public? Is there membership programs? What's the...
We do not have any membership programs until now, but we are planning for something like that. We have a lot of regular clients now that they requested the same thing. So it is work in progress, and hopefully soon we'll have that as well. But yeah, I think it was 5 months ago I met Andy here, and then he brought up the idea of making such an event in here. So it took us a lot of time and effort and a lot of support. That actually, from I would give him a lot of credit for putting all this plan together, and this is what we're looking after. All this
Fantastic.
hard work.
It is impressive here, because this room has 12 tables. You know, usually there's rooms that might have 4, maybe 6, and that's being very generous. So it's amazing what you've done here, and having the more tables really makes you open for big primetime tournaments.
Exactly. Yep. That's the plan. I hope you guys enjoy the tournament, the venue, the hospitality.
Oh, the tournament's been fantastic. The hospitality has been above and beyond.
Glad to hear that.
Christian and I were just talking the other night. It just seems like there's a lot of yes people here. They're just, anything we ask for, they're like, yes. It's just fantastic to see.
I'm glad to hear that. So the other reason that we gained a lot of good customers is because of our customer service. They have been super nice professionals since day one, and we have been continuing to do so. And hopefully we can bring this good sport into the city and make a lot of new people joining the game, and then introducing snooker to Sacramento and California.
Well, there is definitely a snooker revolution in America, and this is definitely another piece in the puzzle. I think I was at the Embassy Billiards, Stephen Wong's room, at one of his championships a few years ago, and talking to someone about up here in Sacramento that there's a room with 10 tables, there's a room with 8 tables, and I was like, never heard of such things. So it's really great to see. Are you a player yourself?
Well, I've been playing for a very long time, but I can tell you I'm not good at all. But I love the game. Since college time, I've been playing with my buddies. I'm still continuing, still learning, but I have a lot of room to improve.
Mm-hmm.
How about yourself?
I do play. Mm-hmm. But I found, I do enjoy the commentary and do want to help it regrow in Canada. I'm out in Western Canada, in Vancouver. And sometimes there's a certain time where you kind of do you want to continue just playing, or do you want to help this game grow and get it out there and put the cue aside? So I've chosen the latter, and hopefully people are happy with that decision, because there's a lot of work that a lot of us do behind the scenes.
Exactly. Now I can see how hard it is, and it's not just the game. I think most of the work is being done prior to the game getting started. Once you start, then I think 80% of the job is done already.
That is true. There is so many different things happening when you're preparing for a tournament. Players have all questions and concerns, and as much as we're right at the early onset, we've got to be more accommodating for players. I know sometimes I have some hiccups. Sometimes, the dress code. We like to present this as a professional looking kind of game. There is a etiquette and the dress that people wear, and sometimes people don't completely comply with that, and we don't want to be really stringent on that. We want to let them know, hopefully generally, to be like, we do have a philosophy in this game. There is a certain dress code. Can you oblige by it? Because we're just kind of preparing you for tournaments down the line, where if you go off to another country, say if a player wanted to play over in a tournament in England and they showed up in shorts, they're not going to be playing. And
Absolutely.
so we're trying to give them that training. So
I think that's one of the things that makes snooker special, with the personality that comes with it, and how elite this game is compared to like pool and other games.
mm-hmm. It's like, we all like to be casual, and that's usually what Sunday's for. Looks like David's on a 50 or so break here. Yeah, we thought maybe this might be a bit more of a match, but Ed came out a little bit strong in the first frame, but he's woken up David, and David has really showed his skill. He once was top 3rd player in all of Ireland.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw him the other night. He had the highest break of 84 or 91.
An 83 he had. Now I think our friend Daniel Wormsley from Leeds has a 91. So that's the high break of the tournament. Kind of surprised with the caliber that we have in this room that a century hasn't happened, but it's only day 2 of day 4, so lots of snooker to be played.
Yeah, I think on the practice night we saw Renat at 104.
Oh.
But it was practice.
Sure, but Renat's quite a strong player. Always love seeing him in the room. Has a great community, lots of smiles. Just needs one more red to put us in the Snooker's required stage. So I noticed next door, Samad, there's a empty grocery store with lots of space. Any plans on expansion?
So we'll see. I mean, we still have to fully utilize this building
sure.
for now. You never know.
Sure, I'm just grinding the gears there a little bit on you. No, you're doing a wonderful job here. There's not many, as I was telling some players, I can only think of maybe 4 rooms in North America that have 8 or more tables. See, this is one of them. So you guys are doing a wonderful job here.
Thank you.
You don't want to eat all the food on the table. You want to save something for dessert.
So the plan is to have a VIP table, the one in the front, the white one. We're going to close that door. We'll open a door in the middle over here. So that will stay for like a competition, or 2 friends or 2 professionals would like to play in somewhere for privacy and no noise. So that's the plan for that room, that we will have it very soon.
Excellent. Good to see. Just an update, obviously, David took that 3rd frame, so he leads 3-0.
Nice.
As well, when you mentioned that, what about player exhibitions? Any talk of reaching out to professional players to get them over, so obviously the people of Sacramento can see how great this game is?
We have a few locals who are actually the player who's playing with Renat, Fawad Siddiqui. He's one of the well-known in Sacramento snooker players. And then similar to him, there is a few more who are in a good level of playing, and also they're planning to improve, and even potentially for the Pan Americans when it happens here in late August, September. We will have a pre-qualifying tournament in here, and whoever is in the final, both of them would go to the Pan American.
Excellent. That's always a great tournament. Lots of opportunities for players now in the Americas to get over into England and try their hand at the professional circuits. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ed Heels is definitely, his back is up against it here. Australian 3-0. Definitely really needs to get one on the board. Just a programming note, obviously we will have our post-match interview at the conclusion of this match with the winner, and then we might just turn our camera over to another match that's in progress. Might not have commentary on that, but could be Renat and Fawad, that match that you were alluding to, or Daniel Wormsley and Oliver Ruger.
So Oliver Ruger was the winner of the pre-qualifying tournament that we had for this tournament 2 months ago. He was the one who won the pre-qualifying and then directly qualified for this tournament
Fantastic.
through our club. Yep.
Yeah, as Christian has told me in the booth that Oliver's quite a more accomplished pool player, but he's wanting to try his hand at this great game of snooker, and reaching the Sweet 16's not too bad.
Yeah.
That black is in a little bit of trouble there amongst all those reds. Definitely an aggressive safety shot there to knock the black out. Personally, I've never been to Afghanistan, but how is the snooker scene over there? Is it quite popular? Or?
Snooker is very popular over there, especially in the capital, Kabul. I would say in every 5-10 miles you would see a fancy venue similar to this.
Okay.
Some even bigger.
Wow.
That people play and always packed, and it is pretty popular in Afghanistan.
Would that be the premier sport in Afghanistan, or what is the number one sport over there?
Right now, I would say it's the game of cricket,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
which is an English sport as well, and it's popular in Afghanistan. Not just in Afghanistan, in the Central and Southern Asia. So from Afghanistan to India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, all these countries plays it. So we are also kind of in it. And then soccer as well.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then in table games, snooker is the top one. Yeah, nobody plays pool or billiard that much, but snooker, every 5-10 miles you go, you will see a big banner saying snooker club. Yeah.
Great to hear.
We actually have a couple of famous Afghan players as well. One of them, the photo is right over there, besides Ronnie Sullivan
Mm-hmm.
on the left. Salih Muhammad, he had played professional snooker for a very long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know, because you obviously anyone that knows snooker, they see that roll of honor of great players over there, and that's the one that kind of hiccup. You're like,
Yeah.
He must have something. I'm not sure what. So thanks for clearing that up. I think a few players or viewers have asked on the chat, as they recognize all the players, but that one Salem guy just it's a bit different for them. But that's great to see, and that's all you really need for the sport to grow. Sometimes when you have fellow countrymen or countrywoman excel in a sport, it inspires the youngsters to be like, I want to be like that guy,
Exactly.
that woman, and jump in.
Exactly. Yeah. How's snooker in Canada? Is it pretty popular?
It is popular. It's going through a regrowth. It definitely was extremely popular in the 70s and 80s, and definitely being a Commonwealth country, took after Britain. But when Cliff Thorburn was able to go over, and especially after he won the 1980 World Champion, part of the boom in the 80s of snooker, it was exploding over here. Lots of great players went over to England to play. And then things kind of died out a little bit. Some people say maybe the advantage of 9-ball really kind of deadened the sport a little bit. maybe there's some other factors at play. Not too sure of what happened with the game, but yeah, it went kind of underneath the radar for a bit. And now I think we're definitely seeing a regrowth in it. Lots more like where I'm from, up in Vancouver. When I first got into it, I think there maybe was just one room that had about 7 tables. And, you know, might say a serviceman's club with a couple tables. But in that time, and that was maybe past 7-8 years, but now we've got another club that's opened up in Richmond that's close by that 7-table room that I allude to. There's another room with 3 tables out in Surrey, like in the general Vancouver area. Surrey, New Westminster, these are all cities around there, kind of, I guess, like, you know, you have Sacramento here, and there's probably some neighboring cities that are pretty close.
Yeah.
People want to get a reference there. So it's great to see that rooms are opening up and people are really getting into it and changing the culture, showing it that, like, this is a nice, bright, family-friendly environment. These are the places that we need to encourage to build because it's a great sport. Families love to come in.
Yeah, 100%.
There's the man right there. Salim Mohammed.
Yeah, Saleh Muhammad.
Yeah, the only thing that's missing is a nice trophy in front of him.
Yeah, in Sacramento, I would say in the past 3 or 4 years, there's at least 4 or 5 clubs, snooker clubs, just started for business.
Fantastic.
Yeah, others are a little bit smaller. Some are with 3, 4 tables, some 5, 6. But I think this club is the biggest one with more space and more tables. And
it's always tough for us to tell because we're in the world. We might have a little bit of bias, you know, is it big, who knows? But, you know, kind of the proof is in the pudding, as you say. Rooms are opening up, so there is an interest. Something's going on.
exactly, yep.
You know, people, when they open up a business, they do see that there's potential for profit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most of these people who are sitting in here are our regular snooker players who are coming almost every other night at least. Yeah.
Wow. Do you run any in-house leagues or tournaments?
Yeah,
No.
we have seasonal tournaments. Like every quarter we have one big local tournament. And then within that, sometimes like upon the request of the players, they come and make a request that, okay, we would like to have a local tournament. What if you guys arrange it? And then we do have, yeah.
Right.
Not every month, but I would say every 2 months we have a small tournament happening here.
All right. Well, here's the cue. How do they find you? Where are you? Where are you on Facebook? You got a website. You got Instagram. Shoot the details out to the public out there. They're dying to know how to find you.
Well, yeah, our club's name is Sacramento Snooker and Billiard, located on Watt Avenue. We have our Instagram page under Sacramento Snooker and Billiard. We have TikTok page. We have Facebook page, all under the same name. And we're open 7 days a week, almost 12 to 14 hours a day. And we'll welcome all snooker enthusiasts to give us a shot and see the club and enjoy the game. And we have a lot of competitive players on different levels who can play with them. We have some coaching opportunities as well, that if a new player would like to join us and know how to play and learn the basics and stuff. We do that as well. And yeah.
All right. Well, if you got a snooker fix and you're in Sacramento, it sounds like this is the place to be. Definitely looks like David Morris here is fixing to put together a whitewash victory. Almost forgot we had a little match here. This felt like a little podcast interview that I'm doing with you. Got a little, almost a shot going on here with 2023 U.S. National Champion Darren Taylor leading 3-0 over Ali Alobaldi. No, Ali told me his last name in the interview. It's a bit tricky to pronounce, but he's the IBSF world champion. Definitely, I think he was a favorite to lift the trophy come Sunday, but boy, he's up against it. Against the Terminator. Like Brendan O'Donoghue has a commanding lead over Andy McCloskey 3-1. Rodney Googans is taking it to Karim Namek. The scoreline 2-0. And Renat Danka has a strong 3-0 advantage over Fawad. So all the lopsided matches this evening. Thought a lot of them were going to be a lot more close as we got into the last 16. Yeah, just got to know he take it one shot at a time. Gets out of himself, he'll probably be sitting for quite a while. Comebacks can happen. Some of these players might be coming after you. They've been battling with that top right corner. A lot of balls have not been dropping. But as we always say in the booth, there's two players at the table. Both of them have to play on the same table.
And it's the first time we're running such a big event. I think we are taking a lot of experience from all the points. And we will try to consider it and take it serious for the future and just improve and have a better...
Great attitude out there. Yeah. People, obviously you're going to see a lot of players here. There's only going to be one champion, so there's going to be a lot of losers. And there's a lot of complaints that can happen when losers walk off the table. It's just the nature of the beast. But hopefully if they want to be actually thoughtful and constructive, they will give you some proper feedback. Because there's not a lot of people in America that have such a great facility like this and are willing to put in the time to run tournaments. .24 in it. In this fourth frame, there's David Morris right there. Hopefully he can get this match done and dusted early and make it an early night and get a good night's sleep in preparation for the quarterfinals tomorrow that will be starting at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be here on Hawks Billiards, PABSA, IBSF TV, and Sacramento Snooker and Billiards YouTube page.
And I wanted to thank Andy McCloskey for putting a lot of time and trust on us of having this wonderful event in our venue. He knew we're new, But our team gave him an assurance that we will try our best to make it as best as we can. And I would like to thank him a lot for putting trust on us and then working with us and showing us a lot from his experience. It's been a great experience, and I would
Great to
like to
hear.
continue and have that next year and with a better version and a lot of improvement that needs to be done.
Hopefully it's the starting of a beautiful relationship for you both. As you know, us as snooker players, we're always trying to achieve perfection, getting that maximum break. Same can be said for behind the scenes, always achieving to make that best tournament possible. There's always something that can be done just a little bit better.
Exactly.
And that's what brings you back for the next time.
Exactly.
Well, brown is his frame ball, but it certainly is tricky. And just come off the left side and come off two cushions, and we get back down towards the top cushion, get some save behind the pink or the blue. Enough for him. He's certainly in the driver's seat in this frame and match. He's got the cover behind the black. He's safe there. Or is there a path? David fully inspecting it there. Tough to tell from that camera angle if it goes by. Right, a little bit of swerve. Yeah, it looks like Renat Danka has won his match in a whitewash. It's the reigning U.S. national champion. It's nice to have him in the house.
Exactly. So it's quarterfinals tomorrow?
That is correct. And the semifinals, and I believe the finals of the second chance tournament will be going on. So, but we'll be streaming the quarterfinals to be followed up by the semifinals. Then Championship Sunday, 10:30 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be here live, seeing who hosts the trophy in this inaugural U.S. Snooker Masters tournament. It is a distinct honor to be the winner of a first tournament. Everyone remembers the first one. Sometimes who won the 7th, the 8th. It gets lost a little bit in the mix. Nice angle there. Really got to see what David had to deal with there. Finding that gap to hit the brown between the pink and blue. Obviously, David would love to put this brown in, but if there was ever an opportunity to come off the brown, knock these other high-value colors safe to a cushion, that will help him out tremendously, as Ed Heels does need all 4 balls left on the table to push us into a 5th frame. But needed to run a bit more. It's a nice little angle to come off the cushion as well and be nice on the blue.
Oh, that's a miss.
He can just taste the winning line. He's so close. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline pumping through there. That's why it's a cruel game. Great pot, but look at the result he has there. Oh, that's it. He's just had enough. Just can't deal with it anymore. Real commiserations there for Ed Heels. He loses this in a whitewash to David Morris, who's going to be moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow, Saturday. We're going to be starting at 10:30 a.m. We're going to step aside and set up our post-match interview, and then we'll probably, at the conclusion of that interview, swing over to catch the finale of Oliver Ruger and Daniel Walmsley. Samad, it was great to have you in the booth. Thanks for all that wonderful information about your club. Really informed everybody. So I think you're going to see a lot of new visitors in here. It's like, who wouldn't want to play where this U.S. Snooker Masters took place?
Well, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be with you guys in the booth. And it's been a pleasure to have you guys here, and hope to see you guys again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you to all your team. They've been
Thank you.
extremely hospitable. So stand aside, everybody. We'll be right back with our post-match interview. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters here. It's David Burney back with the Wolf of Walking Streets. David Morris, fresh off a whitewash victory. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels great to be in the next round. The balls didn't run kindly for either of us tonight. We both kind of struggled to get into the flow. My opponent probably had a good chance of winning the first frame. He had a shot at a brown that would have changed the game a little bit, but by stealing that frame, it really turned the momentum in the game. And I think in the end I had to rely a lot on my experience and safety just to try and control the game a bit, because I kind of knew the game wasn't going to flow easily tonight, just the way the balls kept landing a little bit awkward every time. And in the end you just try and keep your patience with it all, because sometimes snooker is like that.
It certainly was. Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head there that he was pretty close. He came out of the gates running, potting really well, and then just faltered a little bit, and you capitalize on that mistake and ride that momentum.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the experience you get with kind of playing at a higher level as well. You know that you're not always going to be able to flow, but somehow you just have to steal those frames, because if you let your opponent get up ahead of steam, they can also be quite confident and you know, they can play a lot better and put you under a lot of pressure. So it was important just to control the game a little bit, because it was getting a bit, you know, he was getting a lot of chances at the start.
Fair enough. Quarterfinals, how are you feeling your chances to hoist the trophy at this inaugural U.S. Snooker Masters tournament?
Yeah, still in it, chance to win it, so I'll be optimistic about my chances and try my best, and at the end of the day, that's all anyone can do.
Sounds good. One more question before we leave you. I know you've got a busy evening, want to get a good night's sleep to prepare for that quarterfinals. Notice that you use an ash cue.
Yeah.
You have a beard.
Yeah, it
Does
doesn't.
it get caught?
It did at one point, but it's 20 years old now, so the ash is starting to wear and grind away, so it doesn't catch as much. But yes, sometimes it does catch and it does hurt.
Do you have any solution for it? Do you ever use a little bit of beard oil?
I don't. I don't. Have you got any suggestions? Because sometimes it does happen. Yeah.
I found beard oil.
Okay.
Rub a little bit of that beard oil in there, as we both are bearded men.
Yeah.
It helps, because there's nothing worse than getting it caught right there.
I'll bow to your experience on that one. I'll give it a go.
Sounds good. Good luck tomorrow, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you
Thanks
very
again,
much,
David.
Thank you.
And this once again is David Burney here at the 2025 U.S. Snooker Masters. Day 2 is coming to a close here. We're going to go to some bonus footage with Daniel Wamsley against Oliver Ruger. So enjoy that match. We won't have commentary, and then we'll be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time for our first quarterfinal match. Thanks, everybody.
mean, I was 3 up, but I mean, he came back strong in that one. The next one, we go 3-1. I mean, he played well. You know, he played well to come back in the next 4. I mean, you can't argue with it. Really. He's a very solid player, but we both struggled with the table. I mean, I'll show you. Have you played one? I mean, if you're playing a roll black and you roll it, it's 100% going to miss by 2 balls. Yeah. No. If you, I'll show you. You got to see this. You got to see this.
close the place on us, huh? I said, don't close the place on us yet. I said, don't close the place on us. I know, I don't mean. What time's the match tomorrow? Whoever wins this match, what time does that win? It's been a scrappy match.